The winter evening settled over Hogwarts like a held breath. In the headmaster's office, high in the tallest tower, Albus Dumbledore sat alone while silver instruments hummed their mechanical lullabies and painted portraits dozed in their frames. The fire had burned low, crackling softly against the silence, casting shadows that moved like living things across walls lined with books older than memory. He should have retired to his chambers hours ago. The castle's rhythms told him so. The distant echo of house elves banking fires in empty classrooms, the creak of staircases resettling into their evening configurations, the particular quality of quiet that meant students had finally surrendered to sleep in their four-posted beds. Even Fawkes had tucked his magnificent head beneath one wing, a scarlet and gold sculpture of peace on his golden perch. But Dumbledore remained at his desk, fingers resting on the smooth wood worn gentle by decades of headmasters before him. His half-moon spectacles caught the firelight. His tea had gone cold an hour past, a thin film forming across the surface like ice on a forgotten pond. Before him lay a photograph. It was a small thing, hardly larger than his palm, the edges soft with age and handling. He kept it hidden, usually tucked between the pages of a book on transfiguration theory that no one else would think to open, a book whose spine bore no title and whose contents he had long since committed to memory. But tonight, he had taken it out. Tonight, he allowed himself to look. Two young men stood in bright summer sunlight, squinting slightly against the glare. The photograph didn't move. It was Muggle-made, frozen in a single perfect instant that would never age, never change, never progress beyond this moment of captured light. One of the young men was unmistakably himself, though the decades between that brilliant boy and this tired old man seemed impossible to traverse. His auburn hair caught the sun like copper. His eyes, those same blue eyes he still possessed, held an expression of intellectual hunger so fierce it was almost uncomfortable to witness now. The other young man was Gellert Grindelwald. Dumbledore traced the edge of the photograph without touching it directly, as if contact might burn. In the image, Gellert was laughing at something, head thrown back slightly, throat exposed to summer sky. Beautiful, brilliant Gellert, with his sharp cheekbones and sharper mind, with his hands that moved like birds when he spoke of transforming the world, with his eyes that saw possibilities where others saw only problems. They had been so young, so catastrophically young. The memory rose unbidden, vivid as the day it was forged. A library in Godric's Hollow, late afternoon light filtering through windows, dust motes dancing in the golden air, books piled everywhere, on tables, on chairs, stacked in towers on the floor. He and Gellert had been arguing about the Deathly Hallows, voices rising with excitement rather than anger, both of them gesturing wildly as ideas sparked between them like experimental magic. "But don't you see, Albus?" Gellert's voice, accented and urgent. "The Hallows represent the solution to everything. United under one wise hand, our hands, they could bring order to chaos, could lift the statute of secrecy and establish the natural hierarchy, could reshape the entire structure of magical and Muggle society." Dumbledore had finished, his own voice thrumming with the same dangerous enthusiasm. "The Elder Wand to ensure no one could oppose us through force, the Resurrection Stone to consult the wisdom of the ages, the Cloak to move unseen until the work was complete." He remembered how the air between them had felt electric, charged with possibility. How Gellert's smile had made his heart beat faster. How utterly, completely understood he had felt for the first time in his entire life. For the greater good, Gellert had said, and the words had sounded like prophecy. For the greater good, Dumbledore had echoed, and believed it with every fibre of his being. In his office, the fire popped loudly, sending up a shower of sparks. Dumbledore blinked, the memory dissolving like sugar in water. His fingers had moved to his chest without conscious thought, pressing against the place where the blood pact rested beneath robes and shirt and skin, a pendant of his own foolish youth, worn like a hair shirt against his heart. They had made it together, that pact, mixed their blood with such solemnity, such romantic idealism, binding themselves with magic older and darker than either of them had fully understood. A promise, sealed in blood and magic, that they would never move against each other, that their alliance would hold regardless of what opposition they faced, that their bond was inviolate, eternal, sacred. The pact had seemed beautiful at the time, a gesture of absolute trust, of love transmuted into unbreakable law. Now it felt like a chain. Now it felt like a collar. Now it felt like the single greatest mistake of a life that had contained altogether too many mistakes. Dumbledore rose from his chair, joints protesting slightly, and moved to the window. Beyond the frost-etched glass, Hogwarts spread out in moonlit splendor, towers and battlements, the dark mass of the Forbidden Forest, the black mirror of the lake. Snow had begun to fall, small flakes drifting down through still air, settling on ancient stone and frozen ground. Somewhere out there, students slept safely. First years dreaming of spells they would learn. Seventh years worrying about NEWTs, and futures uncertain. In Gryffindor Tower, a fire tended by invisible hands kept the common room warm. In the Hufflepuff dormitories, someone had likely smuggled in midnight snacks again, crumbs scattered on coverlets. The Ravenclaw common room door would pose its nightly riddle to empty air, patient and eternal. Even the Slytherin dungeons held their own warmth, their own safety, protected by the castle's ancient magic and the watchful care of their head of house. These students knew nothing of Gellert Grindelwald, or knew only sanitized versions. The dark wizard on the continent, the threat looming across the channel. The reason their parents spoke in worried whispers and their older siblings were joining organizations with grim names and grimmer purposes. They didn't know that once, Grindelwald had been a boy who loved the same books Dumbledore loved, who could spend hours debating the finer points of transfiguration theory, who played chess with ruthless brilliance and laughed when he lost, already planning his next strategy, who had looked at Dumbledore and seen not the peculiar boy left behind to care for a damaged sister and a resentful brother, but a partner, an equal, a collaborator in reshaping the world. They didn't know how it had felt to be seen. Behind Dumbledore, a portrait snuffled in its sleep. Phineas Nigellus Black, probably, dreaming whatever dreams painted headmasters dreamed. On another wall, Dilys Derwent murmured something indistinct. The castle breathed around him, alive in its way, protective and patient. Tomorrow, he would have to leave this safety. Tomorrow, he would have to do what he should have done years ago, what he had avoided and delayed and postponed through 100 justifications and 1,000 moments of cowardice. Tomorrow, he would have to face Gellert Grindelwald. The intelligence had been building for weeks. Reports from contacts in Europe, whispers from the ministry, urgent owls from those few friends who understood the true scope of what was unfolding. Grindelwald's power was growing, his influence spreading, his vision of a world where wizards ruled for the greater good, attracting followers who saw only the promise, not the price. The Muggle world tore itself apart in a war of unprecedented horror, and Grindelwald moved through that chaos like a shark through bloody water, consolidating power, eliminating opposition, building towards something vast and terrible. And Dumbledore, the only wizard Grindelwald had ever feared, the only one who might stand against him, wore a blood pact around his neck that made such opposition impossible. Except the pact had begun to crack. He had felt it weeks ago, a small fissure, a hairline fracture in the magic that bound them. Whether it was Grindelwald's own actions that weakened it or some shift in the cosmic balance, Dumbledore couldn't say. But he had felt it, had recognized it for what it was, an opportunity, possibly the only opportunity he would ever receive. And with that recognition came the crushing weight of obligation. Dumbledore turned from the window, moving slowly around his office, touching things lightly as he passed. The sorting hat on its shelf, battered and wise, an astrolabe that had belonged to Armando Dippet, a music box that played a melody he had forgotten the origin of. Each object, a piece of this place he loved, this sanctuary he had found after losing so much else. On his desk, beneath a pile of student essays on defensive charms, lay another photograph. This one he looked at often. This one didn't need to be hidden. Ariana smiled out from it, caught in a moment of rare clarity, her eyes focused and present in a way that had become increasingly uncommon in her final years. She was holding a flower, a daisy, he thought, or perhaps a chamomile, and her expression held the particular gentleness she had always possessed, even when the magic damaged her mind beyond recognition. His sister, his responsibility, his failure. The memory of her death was less sharp than the memories of Gellert, worn smooth by years of self-recrimination, by the endless loop of what-ifs and if-onlys that served no purpose except to sustain his guilt. The three-way duel in the small house in Godric's Hollow. Himself, Aberforth, Gellert, all of them young and stupid and angry, magic flying wild, tempers unleashed. And Ariana, fragile Ariana, caught in the crossfire. He didn't know whose spell had struck her, would never know. That uncertainty was its own particular torture. Aberforth blamed him. Rightfully, perhaps. Dumbledore had been so consumed with Gellert's visions, so intoxicated by finally having someone who understood the depths of his intelligence, that he had abandoned his duty to the sister who needed him most. The greater good. They had spoken so easily of sacrificing the few for the many, of making hard choices for the eventual benefit of all. But when the sacrifice had come, when the hard choice had materialized in the form of Ariana's broken body, Dumbledore had discovered that all his philosophy turned to ash in his mouth. That had been the end of it, of course. Gellert had fled. Dumbledore had stayed. And the years had stretched between them, filled with silence and separate paths, and the growing horror of watching someone he had loved become someone he couldn't recognize. The fire had burned down to embers now, barely glowing. Dumbledore considered adding another log, then decided against it. The cold felt appropriate somehow, honest. Tomorrow he would leave Hogwarts, would travel to the place where intelligence suggested Grindelwald could be found, would do what needed doing, would break the blood pact if it could be broken, would stand against the man who had once been his dearest friend, would try to stop the darkness that threatened to engulf everything. He should feel something, he thought. Righteous determination, perhaps, noble resolve, the clean certainty of knowing one stood on the side of good against evil. Instead, he felt tired and sad and afraid in a way that had nothing to do with physical danger and everything to do with the prospect of looking into eyes he had once known better than his own and seeing only a stranger looking back. Dumbledore returned to his desk, carefully sliding the Muggle photograph back between the pages of his hidden book. The moving photograph of Ariana he left visible. She deserved that much. To be seen, to be remembered, to stand as permanent reminder of what happened when brilliance became unmoored from compassion. He would write some letters before sleeping, he decided. Instructions for McGonagall, in case something went wrong. A note for Armando Dippet, who had been kind when kindness was needed. Perhaps something for Aberforth, though his brother rarely read his letters and never answered them. His quill scratched across parchment, the familiar sound soothing in its mundanity. Outside, snow continued to fall, blanketing Hogwarts in white silence. The portrait slept on. Fawkes shifted slightly on his perch, one golden eye opening briefly before closing again. Tomorrow would come regardless of whether Dumbledore was ready for it. The weight of memory would travel with him, heavy as stone, precious as gold. And somewhere, across the channel, in whatever fortress or hideaway he currently occupied, Gellert Grindelwald would be preparing too, for confrontation, for conflict, for the shattering of a bond that had once seemed eternal. But tonight, for these few remaining hours, Dumbledore allowed himself to sit in this office where he was safe, where students slept peacefully in their beds, where the castle's magic hummed its ancient protection. Tonight, he chose to remember when Gellert had been young and brilliant and possible, before power had corrupted possibility, before ambition had curdled into cruelty. Tonight, he allowed himself to grieve what might have been, what should have been, what could never be again. The tea had gone completely cold, the fire had died to ash, and in the highest tower of Hogwarts, an old man who was not yet truly old sat alone with his memories and his sorrow, and chose to carry both so that others might sleep in peace. Tomorrow would be soon enough for duty. Tonight belonged to remembering. Morning arrived with the particular clarity that follows fresh snowfall. Dumbledore woke in his chambers as grey light filtered through frost-patterned windows, turning ice crystals into constellations of silver. He had slept poorly, dreams fragmented and uneasy, filled with half-remembered conversations and the sound of Ariana's laughter echoing through empty rooms. For a moment, he lay still beneath heavy blankets, listening to the castle wake around him. Somewhere below, house elves would be preparing breakfast in the kitchens. The clatter of pans, the warmth of ovens being stoked, the comfortable chaos of feeding hundreds of hungry students. The portraits in the corridors would be stretching and yawning, beginning their daily gossip across the network of frames that connected Hogwarts like a nervous system of oil and canvas. Soon, students would emerge from their dormitories, sleepy and complaining about early classes, unaware that this morning marked the beginning of something that would reshape their world. Dumbledore rose slowly, joints stiff from cold and age that was creeping up on him despite his relative youth. He was not yet 50, but he felt ancient this morning, felt the weight of every choice he had made, every path not taken, every moment of cowardice disguised as patience. He dressed with unusual care, each garment chosen deliberately. Robes of deep blue that Minerva McGonagall had once told him made his eyes look kind. He would need that kindness today to steel himself for what kindness could not prevent. A travelling cloak of heavy wool, charmed against cold, but nothing else. He preferred to feel the weather when he travelled, preferred the honesty of physical discomfort to the insulation of too much magic. His wand lay on the bedside table where he had placed it the night before. He picked it up now, feeling its familiar weight settle into his palm. Elderwood, though not the Elder Wand. That cursed thing remained wherever Grindelwald kept it, feeding his power and his delusions. This wand had been his companion for decades, responsive and true, and he felt it warm slightly at his touch, recognizing its partner. But it was the other object that demanded his attention, the object he could no longer ignore. The blood pact hung from a silver chain around his neck, resting against his sternum like a second heartbeat. He drew it out now, holding it up to the grey morning light. It was beautiful in its way. A vial no larger than his thumb, sealed with silver caps at both ends, filled with a liquid that swirled red and gold when moved. Their mingled blood, preserved by magic, bound by vows they had spoken in voices young and certain. The vial itself was etched with runes, Germanic symbols Gellert had insisted upon, claiming they would strengthen the magic. Dumbledore could read them still. True, loyalty, Einheit, unity, Ewigkeit, eternity. Lies, all of them. Or perhaps not lies, but promises made by people who no longer existed. Ghosts of boys who had believed themselves immune to the corruptions of power and time. He had tried to remove it once, years ago. The chain would not unclasp. The vial would not break. When he had attempted to simply pull it over his head, the magic had contracted around his throat, choking him until black spots danced in his vision and he had gasped for air, abandoning the effort. The pact wanted to be kept. The magic insisted upon it. But he had felt the crack, felt the weakening. Dumbledore closed his eyes, reaching for that sensation now, the way one might probe a loose tooth with one's tongue. Yes, there, a fracture in the binding, a place where the magic had begun to fray. He didn't understand why. Perhaps Grindelwald's increasing darkness had poisoned even this, the magic unable to sustain a bond between people who had diverged so completely. Perhaps the pact itself had been flawed from the beginning, built on foundations too romantic and too naive to endure the weight of reality. Or perhaps, and this thought came with a flutter of something that might have been hope, or might have been fear, perhaps love itself. Real love had never been meant to chain. Perhaps the magic was releasing them because what they had shared had never been the partnership they claimed, but merely the collision of two ambitious minds who mistook intellectual resonance for emotional truth. He tucked the vial back beneath his robes, feeling it settle cold against his skin. The castle's bells chimed 7 times, the sound rolling across the grounds, calling students to breakfast. Dumbledore gathered the letters he had written in the small hours of the morning, sealed with wax, and waited with words he hoped he would not need anyone to read. Then he descended the spiral staircase from his chambers, robes whispering against stone, wand secure in his pocket, and doom settling around his shoulders like a familiar cloak. The corridors were beginning to fill with students. He passed a group of third-year Ravenclaws, deep in argument about transfiguration homework. Two Hufflepuff prefects were attempting to corral a cluster of first-years who had gotten themselves lost somewhere between their common room and the Great Hall, a feat that required either impressive incompetence or deliberate exploration. A Slytherin girl sat on a window ledge, reading a book and ignoring the chaos around her with the focus of the truly engrossed. They looked at him as he passed, these students. Some smiled, some offered respectful nods. A few seemed nervous, as students often were around authority figures. None of them knew. None of them suspected that their transfiguration professor was walking towards something that might end with his death, or worse, with his failure to stop a darkness that would eventually reach even these protected corridors. Minerva McGonagall waited for him outside the Great Hall, her tartan robes crisp despite the early hour, her expression carefully neutral. She was young still, recently hired, but already she possessed the spine of steel that would one day make her a legendary deputy headmistress. Right now, she was simply a colleague he trusted more than most. "Albus," she said quietly, falling into step beside him. "Are you certain about this?" "Certain?" "No." He smiled slightly, without humor. "But certainty is a luxury I cannot afford. At least tell me where you're going." "It's better that you don't know, Minerva. If something goes wrong, I'll need to know where to send help." Her Scottish accent thickened with barely suppressed frustration. "Or, at the very least, where to retrieve your body." The bluntness was quintessentially Minerva. Dumbledore appreciated it. "I've left instructions in my office," he said. "Sealed letters. If I'm not back within 3 days, read them. Not before." She looked at him for a long moment, her sharp eyes reading things in his face that he hadn't meant to reveal. Then she nodded once, accepting what she clearly didn't like. "The students will notice your absence. Tell them I've been called to consult on ministry business. It won't be the first time." He paused at the entrance to the Great Hall, the sounds of breakfast washing over them, cutlery clinking, voices rising and falling, the occasional hoot of a post owl arriving late. And Minerva, if Armando asks, Headmaster Dippet will receive the same explanation as the students. Her expression softened slightly. "Go carefully, Albus. Whatever this is, whatever you're facing, go carefully. I shall endeavor to return in one piece. See that you do. I've only just learned to tolerate you." It was meant to be light, but he heard the concern beneath it. Minerva McGonagall did not make friends easily, did not offer her loyalty lightly. That she worried for him was a gift he hadn't earned, but accepted gratefully nonetheless. He did not enter the Great Hall for breakfast. His stomach felt tight, unwelcoming of food. Instead, he made his way through the castle's lower corridors, past Hufflepuff territory, where the smell of toast and jam drifted from their common room, past the kitchens where house elves worked in industrious harmony, toward the entrance hall and the grounds beyond. The snow from the night before lay pristine and undisturbed, a blanket of white that would soon be ruined by footprints and snowball fights and the general chaos of students released from classes. But for now, it held perfect silence, absorbing sound, making even Hogwarts seem muffled and distant. Dumbledore walked across the grounds toward the gates, his footsteps the first to mar that perfect surface. Behind him, the castle rose against the pale sky, ancient, enduring, a fortress of learning and safety that had stood for 1,000 years. Before him, beyond the gates, lay the rest of the world where Gellert Grindelwald gathered power like a child gathering stones, building towards some terrible culmination. At the gates, he paused. His hand found the blood pact again through his robes, pressed against it as if he could will it to break, to release him, to free him from this terrible knot of past and present. The memory rose without warning, sharp as broken glass. The ritual had taken place in the Dumbledore family's garden, late summer evening, honeysuckle heavy on the air. Gellert had prepared everything: candles, knife, the vial that would hold their mingled blood, the words they would speak. Dumbledore had been nervous, excited, terrified, exhilarated, all those emotions tangling together until he couldn't separate one from another. "Your hand," Gellert had said, and Dumbledore had offered it without hesitation. The knife had been sharp, the cut precise. Blood welled immediately, bright red against pale skin. Gellert had cut his own palm with equal precision, and they had pressed their hands together, fingers interlacing, blood mingling warm and wet between their palms. Bound by blood, Gellert had spoken in German, his voice low and intense. Bound by will, bound by a vision of a world transformed. "Never to raise our hands against each other," Dumbledore had continued in English, their planned alternation of languages, meant to symbolize unity in difference. "Never to work in opposition to our shared goal. For the greater good," they had said together, and the magic had ignited between them, gold and red light spiraling up from their joined hands, wrapping around their wrists, their forearms, singing through their bones and blood and breath. It had felt like destiny. It had felt like love. It had felt like the most profound mistake of his life, though he wouldn't understand that for months yet. Dumbledore shook his head, dispersing the memory like smoke. The blood pact pulsed once against his chest, a reminder, a warning, a chain, but a chain with cracks. He stepped through the gates of Hogwarts, and the castle's protective wards whispered against his skin as he passed beyond them. The sensation was familiar, comforting, the ancient magic recognizing him as teacher, as guardian, as someone who belonged to this place and was always welcome to return. He hoped he would return. The apparition point lay just beyond the gates. Dumbledore drew his wand, fixing his destination clearly in his mind. Not the final location. He would need to travel in stages, carefully, allowing himself time to prepare mentally for each step closer to Grindelwald. But the first stage, at least, a village in Scotland where he could take the night bus, or perhaps find a portkey. Somewhere to begin the journey that would end however it would end. His hand tightened on his wand. The blood pact seemed heavier than it had moments before. Behind him, Hogwarts stood patient and eternal. Before him, the rest of the world waited, cruel and complex, and desperately in need of someone to stand against the darkness gathering on the horizon. Dumbledore thought of Ariana, thought of the students eating breakfast in the Great Hall, thought of Minerva, who had asked him to go carefully, thought of all the people who would suffer if he did nothing, if he allowed his personal pain and his romantic past to paralyze him into inaction. And he thought of Gellert, not the monster, but the boy, the brilliant, damaged, ambitious boy who had seen in Dumbledore a partner and had twisted that partnership into justification for atrocity. The boy who still, in some deep and shameful corner of Dumbledore's heart, he had never stopped loving. That was the cruelest part, he thought. Not that he had to face Grindelwald, but that he had to face Grindelwald while still carrying the ghost of what they had been to each other, what they might have been if either of them had chosen differently. The blood pact burned cold against his chest. For the greater good, Dumbledore whispered to the winter air, his breath misting white. But this time, he meant something different. This time, he meant for the actual good, for the real protection of real people, not the abstract philosophy of two arrogant boys who thought themselves wise enough to reshape the world. He turned on the spot and disapparated with a soft crack that echoed across the snowy grounds. The journey had begun. The first apparition brought Dumbledore to a crossroads outside a village whose name he had forgotten, if he had ever known it. Grey stone walls, slate roofs slick with melting snow, smoke rising thin and straight from chimneys. The Muggle world, going about its morning business with no knowledge of the magical currents flowing beneath its surface like underground rivers. He stood for a moment, oriented himself, and disapparated again. The second jump took him to the edge of a forest, pines heavy with snow, the air sharp with resin and cold. He paused here longer, catching his breath. Apparition had always unsettled him slightly. The compression and displacement, the sensation of being turned inside out and reassembled. Some wizards loved it. Dumbledore tolerated it as necessary. The third apparition, the fourth, the fifth, each one taking him farther from Scotland, from Hogwarts, from safety, moving south and east, following intelligence that was weeks old and might already be obsolete. Grindelwald moved frequently, rarely staying in one location long enough for patterns to emerge. But there had been reports, reliable ones, from sources Dumbledore trusted, of activity near the Austrian border. An old fortress, half-ruined, the kind of place that attracted dark magic the way corpses attracted carrion birds. It was as good a place as any to begin. By midday, Dumbledore found himself in a train station in northern France, platforms busy with travellers who moved with the particular tension of people living through wartime. The Muggle War raged around them, though this station seemed far from the worst of the fighting. Still, he saw it in their faces, the worry, the rationing, the weight of wondering if loved ones would come home. He purchased a ticket with Muggle money, using currency charms to convert wizard gold into francs. The clerk barely looked at him, too tired or too harried to care about one more old man travelling for one more incomprehensible reason. The train, when it arrived, was crowded and cold. Dumbledore found a seat in a compartment already occupied by two elderly women and a young man in a threadbare coat who stared out the window with the blank expression of someone who had seen too much. No one spoke. The women knitted. The young man continued his vigil at the window. Dumbledore closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. But sleep would not come. Instead, memories arrived like uninvited guests, crowding into his mind with the rhythm of the train's wheels against the tracks. Their first real argument, not the playful debates that had characterized their early friendship, but something harder, sharper. It had been late, the household asleep, and they had been in the parlour, books spread across every surface, a bottle of wine half empty between them. "You're being sentimental," Gellert had said, his accent more pronounced when he was frustrated. "This squeamishness about muggles, it's beneath you, Albus. Beneath us. It's not squeamishness to recognize their humanity." Humanity? Gellert had laughed, but there was an edge to it. "They're cattle, Albus. Well-meaning cattle, perhaps, but cattle nonetheless. Would you ask a shepherd to consult with his sheep before leading them to pasture?" "The metaphor is flawed," Dumbledore had argued, even as something cold settled in his stomach. "Muggles are not animals to be herded." "No? Then why do they need us to save them from themselves?" Gellert had leaned forward, eyes bright with wine and conviction. "Look at what they're building toward. Another war, bigger than the last, ready to consume themselves in fire and blood. Without our guidance, without our structure, they will destroy themselves and take the magical world with them. And our solution is to subjugate them, to rule them like tyrants. Not tyrants, shepherds, guardians. We would be doing them a kindness, Albus, protecting them from their own worst impulses." Dumbledore had wanted to disagree, had wanted to stand up, to leave, to end this conversation and this dangerous friendship before it pulled him somewhere he knew he shouldn't go. Instead, he had poured himself more wine and said, Perhaps you're right." And Gellert had smiled, brilliant and beautiful and terrible, and Dumbledore's heart had sung even as his conscience whispered warnings he chose not to hear. The train jolted over a rough section of track, jarring Dumbledore from the memory. He opened his eyes to find one of the elderly women watching him with concern. "Are you well, monsieur?" she asked in French. "You look unwell." "An old war wound," he lied smoothly, also in French. "It troubles me when I travel. I am fine, merci." She nodded, satisfied, and returned to her knitting. The needles clicked rhythmically, creating something warm from loose threads, a small magic all its own. Hours passed. The landscape outside shifted from frozen fields to rolling hills, to the first suggestions of mountains in the distance. Dumbledore watched it all with eyes that saw but did not register. His mind was elsewhere, caught in the terrible gravity of memory. Ariana's funeral had been small, just himself, Aberforth, and a handful of neighbours who came more from obligation than affection. The Dumbledores had never been popular in Godric's Hollow. Too strange, too private, too marked by tragedy. Gellert had not attended, had fled the day after the duel, after Ariana fell, disappearing into the wider world and leaving Dumbledore to face the consequences alone. Standing beside the grave, listening to words he didn't hear, Dumbledore had felt something break inside himself. Not cleanly, like a bone snapping, but slowly, like ice melting, leaving him hollow and cold and achingly aware of every choice that had led to this moment. Aberforth had looked at him across the open grave with eyes full of hatred and grief, had said, quietly but clearly enough to be heard, "This is your fault. You and your grand plans and your new friend. You killed her as surely as if you'd cast the spell yourself." Dumbledore had not disagreed, could not disagree, because whether the spell had been his, Aberforth's, or Gellert's, the responsibility was his. He had abandoned Ariana for dreams of glory, had let ambition blind him to duty, had chosen the intoxication of being understood over the obligation to protect those who depended on him. He had made his choice, and Ariana had paid the price. The train began to slow, approaching another station. Dumbledore gathered himself, checking that his wand was secure, that the blood pact still hung cold against his chest. The young man in the threadbare coat stood, nodded to no one in particular, and left the compartment. The elderly women remained, needles clicking their steady rhythm. Dumbledore did not disembark. Not yet. He had farther to go. As the train pulled away from the station, as villages and forests and frozen fields continued their steady procession past the window, Dumbledore felt the blood-packed pulse against his skin. Not painfully, but noticeable. A reminder of what waited at the end of this journey. He drew it out again, held it up to the grey light filtering through the train window. The liquid inside swirled, red and gold, beautiful and damning. He searched for the crack he had felt, the fracture in the magic. Yes, there, faint but definitely present, like a hairline split in porcelain that would only be visible if you knew where to look. The magic was failing. The bond was breaking. Whether because Grindelwald's actions had poisoned it, or because love itself could not survive this much betrayal, or simply because even the strongest magic eventually wore down under the weight of time and distance, Dumbledore didn't know. But he felt it weakening, felt the possibility of opposition, of confrontation, of finally doing what should have been done years ago. The pact pulsed again, and this time it felt almost like pain. One more memory, rising unbidden. Late summer evening, the garden dark, except for the candles they had lit for the ritual. The blood pact newly forged, magic still singing in their bones. Gellert had taken Dumbledore's hand, the one he had cut, now bandaged, and held it gently. "We're bound now," he had said quietly. "Truly bound. Nothing can separate us." Nothing, Dumbledore had agreed, and meant it with every fibre of his being. When we've won, when we've reshaped the world into something better, wiser, people will remember this night. They'll tell stories about us, about the bond that made two brilliant minds into one unstoppable force. For the greater good, Dumbledore had said, the phrase already becoming their touchstone, their motto, their justification for everything they planned. Gellert had smiled and leaned closer, and in the candlelight, his eyes had been warm, full of something that looked terribly like love. For the greater good, he had echoed, and for us, always for us. It had been the happiest moment of Dumbledore's life. It had been the moment everything began to go wrong. The train rattled on. Hours became kilometers, became the slow, inexorable progress toward a confrontation Dumbledore both dreaded and knew was inevitable. By the time he finally disembarked at a small station in eastern France, close to the Austrian border, evening was falling. The air had grown colder, sharper, carrying the scent of snow and pine and something else, something that prickled against his magical senses like static before a storm. Dark magic, faint but unmistakable. Somewhere nearby, someone was working spells that left residue in the air, that disturbed the natural flow of magic the way pollution disturbs clear water. Grindelwald, or his followers, or the echoes of magic worked in this place before. Dumbledore stood on the platform as the few other passengers dispersed into the gathering darkness. The station was small, barely more than a platform and a ticket office that had already closed for the night. Beyond it, mountains rose dark against a darkening sky. He would need to find lodging for the night, would need food, though his stomach still felt tight and unwelcoming, would need rest before the final leg of this journey, before he found the fortress where intelligence suggested Grindelwald might be found. But for now, he simply stood in the cold air, feeling the blood packed heavy against his chest, feeling the weight of all the years and all the choices that had led to this moment. Above him, stars were beginning to emerge, the same stars that had shone on two young men in a garden, making promises they couldn't keep, binding themselves with magic they didn't fully understand, believing themselves immune to the corruptions of power and time. The same stars that had witnessed Ariana's death and Dumbledore's grief, and the slow, terrible divergence of two paths that had once seemed destined to run parallel forever. The same stars that would, tomorrow or the next day, witness the shattering of that bond in fire and magic, and the specific sorrow of love turned to opposition. Dumbledore pulled his travelling cloak tighter against the cold. His breath misted in the air. Somewhere in these mountains, Gellert Grindelwald waited, knowingly or unknowingly. It hardly mattered. The confrontation was coming. The blood pact was cracking. And Dumbledore, who had spent years avoiding this moment, could avoid it no longer. He thought of Hogwarts, warm and safe and full of students who trusted him to protect them. Thought of Minerva, waiting for his return. Thought of all the people, magical and muggle, alike, who would suffer if Grindelwald's vision came to pass. And he thought of Gellert himself, not the dark wizard, but the boy, the brilliant, damaged boy who had looked at Dumbledore and seen a partner, who had spoken of transforming the world, who had smiled in candlelight and made promises neither of them could keep. "I'm sorry," Dumbledore whispered to the cold air, to the emerging stars, to the ghost of who they both had been. "I'm so terribly sorry." But sorrow would not stop what was coming. Sorrow would not protect the innocent or defeat the darkness. Sorrow was a luxury he could afford only in these quiet moments, these spaces between action. Tomorrow, there would be no room for sorrow. Tomorrow, there would only be duty. Dumbledore turned from the empty platform and began walking toward the village lights in the distance, each step taking him closer to the end of something that should have ended years ago, to the confrontation that had been building since two young men mixed their blood and spoke of the greater good and believed themselves wise enough to reshape the world. The journey was almost over. The reckoning had begun. The fortress revealed itself at dawn, emerging from mountain mist like a ship from fog. Dumbledore had been walking for hours, following the traces of dark magic that hung in the air like the scent of smoke after fire. His boots were wet from trudging through snow. His fingers ached from cold despite warming charms. But he barely noticed these discomforts, his entire being focused on what lay ahead. The fortress was old, medieval, perhaps older. Grey stone walls rising from grey stone mountain, as if the building had grown from the rock itself rather than being constructed upon it. Parts of it had crumbled, victim to time and weather, and whatever conflicts had been fought within its walls over the centuries. But enough remained intact to serve as shelter, as stronghold, as the kind of place where someone might gather power while the world's attention was focused elsewhere. Dumbledore stopped at the edge of the tree line, still concealed by pines heavy with snow. The fortress stood perhaps a quarter-mile distant, across an open courtyard of stone and ice. No obvious guards, no visible wards shimmering in the morning light. But he felt them nonetheless. Layers of protective magic, detection charms, probably curses waiting to trigger If anyone approached with hostile intent, Grindelwald would know he was here, had probably known since Dumbledore crossed into the valley. The question was whether he cared, whether he considered one old friend turned enemy worth noticing, amid whatever grand designs currently occupied his attention. The blood pact burned against Dumbledore's chest, hot now instead of cold, responding to the proximity of its other half. Somewhere in that fortress, Grindelwald wore its twin, felt the same burning. They were connected still, bound by magic and blood and history that neither time nor distance had managed to sever. But the crack was there, the fracture. Dumbledore felt it like a wound that wouldn't quite heal, a weakness in the magic that had seemed so absolute when they forged it. He stepped out from the trees. Immediately, the wards registered his presence. He felt them wash over him, not attacking, merely observing, cataloguing, reporting his arrival to whoever monitored such things. Dumbledore kept walking, his pace steady and unhurried, wand held loosely in his right hand, but not raised. Not yet. The courtyard was larger than it had appeared from the tree line. His footsteps echoed against stone, the only sound in the profound silence that hung over this place. No birds sang here. No wind moved through the broken battlements. Even the air seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Halfway across the courtyard, Dumbledore stopped. He didn't need to go farther, didn't need to approach the fortress doors, to navigate whatever defenses waited inside. This was close enough. This was the right distance for what needed to happen. He waited. Minutes passed. The sun climbed higher, burning through the morning mist, revealing the mountains in sharp detail, peaks white with snow, valleys dark with pine forests, the vast indifferent beauty of nature that cared nothing for human conflicts or magical duels or the shattering of bonds forged in youth and arrogance. Then, with no warning except the sudden spike in magical pressure that made Dumbledore's skin prickle, Grindelwald appeared. Not apparating. The wards would prevent that. Simply stepping out from shadows near the fortress entrance, as if he had been standing there all along, invisible until he chose to be seen. A bit of theatre, Dumbledore thought distantly. Gellert had always appreciated dramatic effect. They stood perhaps 30 feet apart, close enough to speak without raising their voices, close enough to see each other clearly, too close for comfort, too far for the intimacy they had once shared. Grindelwald looked older, not as old as he should. Dark magic often preserved its practitioners, trading future years for present power, but older nonetheless. His hair, once dark blonde, had lightened to silver grey. His face had hardened, the softness of youth replaced by angles and edges, but his eyes remained the same. Pale blue, brilliant, burning with intelligence and ambition and something that might have been madness or might simply have been conviction taken to its absolute extreme. He wore dark robes, simple and elegant. The Elder Wand was visible in his right hand, or at least Dumbledore assumed it was the Elder Wand. The infamous Death Stick, the Wand of Destiny, one of the three hallows they had once searched for, together with such fervent dedication. Around Grindelwald's neck, visible against his robes, hung the twin to Dumbledore's blood pact. It glowed faintly in the morning light, red and gold, beautiful and binding. For a long moment, neither spoke. They simply looked at each other across the cold stone courtyard, two men who had once been boys, who had once believed themselves destined to reshape the world together, who had made promises they couldn't keep, and forge bonds that should have broken years ago. Grindelwald smiled first. It was a strange smile. Not warm, not cold, but something complicated that Dumbledore couldn't quite pass. Recognition, perhaps. Resignation. Maybe even a shadow of the affection they had once shared. "Albus," he said, and his voice was exactly as Dumbledore remembered. The accent, the particular cadence, the way he shaped vowels. "I wondered if you would come." "Did you?" Dumbledore kept his own voice level, neutral. "Or did you know?" "I hoped." Grindelwald took a step forward, and Dumbledore instinctively tensed, though no wand was raised, no spell cast. "Hope is different from knowledge, as you once taught me. More honest, you said, more human." That sounds like something I would have said. Dumbledore felt the blood-packed pulse against his chest. When I was young and foolish and believed wisdom could be distilled into aphorisms. You were never foolish, Albus. Naive, perhaps, sentimental, but never foolish. And yet I bound myself to you with magic I didn't fully understand, pledging loyalty to goals I hadn't completely examined. What would you call that, if not foolishness? Grindelwald's smile didn't waver. I would call it love. The word hung between them like a physical thing, like smoke or mist or the ghost of everything they had been to each other. Dumbledore felt something twist in his chest. Not the blood pact, though that burned too, but something deeper, older, more painfully human. Don't, he said quietly. Don't what? Don't speak the truth. Don't acknowledge what we were to each other. Grindelwald took another step forward. I have built an empire on truth, Albus, on refusing to pretend, to hide, to diminish what I am and what I want. I won't start lying now, especially not to you. The truth. Dumbledore laughed, but there was no humor in it. You speak of truth while building your power on lies and manipulation and the promise of a world that cannot exist. Cannot or should not. Grindelwald tilted his head slightly, a gesture so familiar that Dumbledore felt momentarily displaced in time, seeing not the dark wizard before him, but the brilliant boy in the library, arguing philosophy with infectious enthusiasm. I have always admired your precision with language, Albus. Don't abandon it now. Should not then. Your world should not exist. A world built on subjugation, on the enslavement of those you deem lesser. I never spoke of enslavement, only guidance, only the natural order reasserted after centuries of hiding and diminishment. Semantics, Dumbledore said sharply. Pretty words to disguise ugly intentions. You want to rule, Gellert. Everything else is justification. And you wanted to rule beside me. Grindelwald's voice softened. Don't pretend you didn't. I remember our conversations, Albus. I remember your passion, your vision, your absolute conviction that we could make the world better, wiser, safer. What changed? Ariana died. The name fell like a stone into still water. Grindelwald flinched, barely, almost imperceptibly, but Dumbledore saw it, saw the shadow cross those pale eyes, saw the smile falter. That was an accident, Grindelwald said finally. A tragedy, yes, but not what? Not murder, not a direct consequence of our arrogance. Dumbledore's grip tightened on his wand. We were arguing about your plans, your crusade, and she died in the crossfire. If that isn't consequence, I don't know what is. You don't know which of us cast the spell that struck her. Does it matter? The responsibility is mine regardless. I abandoned her for dreams of glory. I let ambition blind me to duty. I chose you over her, and she paid the price. Grindelwald was quiet for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice had lost some of its certainty. "I'm sorry for what happened to Ariana, truly. But her death doesn't invalidate everything we believed. It doesn't make our vision wrong. It makes it abhorrent." Dumbledore met Grindelwald's eyes directly. "Because if our vision requires the sacrifice of innocence, if it builds better worlds on the graves of those who trusted us to protect them, then it isn't wisdom. It's monstrousness dressed in philosophical robes. You've become sentimental in your old age, and you've become monstrous in yours." The words hung between them, sharp and final. Grindelwald's expression hardened, the last traces of warmth disappearing like frost under hot sun. "Then why come, Albus? Why travel all this way, if not to join me, if not to reclaim the partnership we once had?" His hand tightened on the Elder Wand. "Surely you didn't come merely to trade insults across a frozen courtyard. I came to stop you." "You can't." Grindelwald gestured to the blood pact at his neck. "We cannot move against each other. The magic prevents it. You know this as well as I do. The pact is breaking." Grindelwald went very still. "What? You feel it too? Don't pretend you don't." Dumbledore drew out his own blood pact, holding it up so the morning light caught the swirling liquid inside. "The magic is failing. Perhaps because your actions have poisoned it. Perhaps because even the strongest binding eventually weakens under the weight of betrayal. But it's breaking, Gellert. And when it shatters, we destroy each other." Grindelwald's voice had gone flat, emotionless. "Is that what you want? After everything we were to each other, after all we shared, you want to end it in violence?" "I want to stop you from hurting more people. If that requires violence, then yes. There are thousands who follow me now, Albus. Thousands who believe in the world I'm building. Will you fight them all? If I must, you'll lose. Perhaps." Dumbledore felt strangely calm, as if some decision long postponed had finally been made. "But I'll have tried. That's more than I can say for the past decade, when I hid in Hogwarts and taught children transfiguration and pretended the world beyond the castle grounds wasn't my concern." Grindelwald studied him for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was soft, almost gentle. "You were always the better man, Albus, the kinder one, the one who cared about people as individuals rather than abstractions. I envied that, even as it frustrated me. Don't what? Don't try to make this into something noble. Don't dress it in nostalgia and sentiment. You've caused immeasurable suffering in pursuit of power you call vision. That's not philosophy, that's simply cruelty. And you've stood by while that suffering continued because you were afraid to face me. That's not wisdom, that's cowardice." The accusation stung because it was true. Dumbledore felt it like a physical blow, felt the weight of all the years he had avoided this confrontation, all the people who had suffered because he couldn't bring himself to oppose the man he had once loved. "You're right," he said quietly. "I was a coward. I am a coward. But I'm here now." "Yes." Grindelwald raised the Elder Wand slowly, deliberately. "You are." The blood pact flared hot against Dumbledore's chest. He felt the magic straining, stretching, the fracture widening like a crack spreading across ice. Not broken yet, but close. So terribly close. The world seemed to narrow to this moment, this courtyard, these two men who had once planned to reshape reality together, and now stood on opposite sides of an unbridgeable divide. Around them, the mountains watched in ancient indifference. The fortress stood silent. The sky stretched pale and endless overhead. Dumbledore thought of Ariana, buried in Godric's Hollow, thought of the students sleeping safely at Hogwarts because they trusted him to stand between them and darkness, thought of all the people who would suffer if he failed here, if he couldn't do what needed doing. And he thought of Gellert, brilliant and broken, who had looked at the world and seen only problems to be solved through force, who had taken the language of love and twisted it into justification for tyranny. "I loved you," Dumbledore said, and his voice cracked on the words. "I want you to know that. Before this ends, whatever happens, I loved you, truly, completely, in a way I will probably never love anyone again." Grindelwald's expression softened, just for an instant, just long enough for Dumbledore to see the boy he had been, the person he might have become if ambition hadn't corrupted possibility. "I know," Grindelwald said. "I loved you too. I think I still do, in whatever way someone like me can still love." "Then stop this. Come back. There's still time to—" "There isn't." Grindelwald shook his head. "You know there isn't. We've gone too far, both of us. Made too many choices, taken too many paths that don't allow for turning back. This was always going to end here, Albus. From the moment we made the blood pact, from the moment Ariana died, from the moment you chose to hide and I chose to act, this ending was written. Nothing is written. We always have choice. Then I choose this." Grindelwald's wand rose fully now, pointing directly at Dumbledore. "I choose my vision over your sentiment. I choose the world I'm building over the past we shared. And if you truly came here to stop me, then choose, Albus. Choose action over paralysis. Choose duty over love. Choose to do what you know must be done." The blood pact burned like fire against Dumbledore's chest. He felt the magic screaming, felt the binding straining to its absolute limit, felt the fracture widening like a wound that would never heal. He raised his own wand. For a moment, one crystalline, eternal moment, they stood like that. Two men who had been boys together, who had dreamed impossible dreams and made impossible promises, who had loved each other in the way that brilliant, lonely people sometimes love when they finally find someone who understands. The world held its breath. The blood pact shattered. The breaking of the blood pact was not loud. It was not dramatic. It was simply a cessation, like a held breath finally released, like tension snapping, like the moment ice gives way beneath weight. Dumbledore felt it go, felt the magic that had bound them for decades suddenly dissolve, the vial at his chest going cold and inert, the liquid inside turning dark and still. Across the courtyard, he saw Grindelwald touch his own pact with his free hand, saw the recognition flash across his face. They were free. After all these years, they were free to do what the magic had prevented. They were free to destroy each other. Grindelwald moved first. The spell came without incantation, pure force of will channeled through the Elder Wand. Light erupted from its tip, not the red of a stunning spell or the green of the killing curse, but something else, something white and terrible that screamed through the air like a living thing. Dumbledore's shield rose on instinct, years of dueling experience moving his wand before his conscious mind fully registered the attack. The spell struck his shield and exploded into fragments of light that fell like burning snow, hissing when they touched stone. He didn't return fire immediately. couldn't quite bring himself to even now. Instead, he disapparated just a few feet, enough to create distance, to give himself time to think, to breathe, to accept what was happening. Grindelwald was already turning, tracking his movement with the ease of someone who had fought countless duels, who had learned to read intention in the shift of shoulders, the direction of a glance. Another spell, this one, a sickly yellow that Dumbledore recognized as a bone breaker. He deflected it, sent it careening into the fortress wall, where it struck with a sound like thunder. "Are you going to fight, Albus?" Grindelwald's voice was calm, almost conversational. "Or simply defend until you tire?" Dumbledore didn't answer. He was still adjusting, still processing the reality that the blood pact was truly broken, that nothing now prevented them from this final, terrible confrontation. His mind raced through options, strategies, the accumulated knowledge of a lifetime spent studying magic in all its forms. He cast a blasting curse, not at Grindelwald directly, but at the ground between them. Stone exploded upward, creating a wall of debris and dust. Through it, Dumbledore moved, apparating again, positioning himself closer to the fortress wall, where fallen rubble might provide cover. Grindelwald's laughter cut through the settling dust. "There he is. There's the duelist I remember." The compliment stung worse than an insult would have. Dumbledore pushed the feeling aside, focused on survival, on strategy, on the 100 small calculations that separated skilled duelists from dead ones. A vanishing spell eliminated the debris wall. Grindelwald stood revealed, the Elder Wand moving in patterns almost too fast to follow. 3 spells in rapid succession: a slicing hex, a conjured rope that sought to bind, and something dark that Dumbledore didn't recognize and didn't want to. He transfigured fallen stone into a flock of ravens that scattered the incoming spells, their conjured bodies absorbing magic meant for flesh and bone. The ravens dissolved back into stone and smoke, but they'd served their purpose. Dumbledore finally cast his first true offensive spell, a stunning charm, but layered with additional magic, compressed and focused until it moved with the speed and force of a physical projectile. Grindelwald deflected it almost casually, the Elder Wand singing through the air. "Is that the best you can do? Where's the brilliance, Albus? Where's the creative magic that made you famous?" "I'm not here for fame." "No, you're here to stop me." Grindelwald's expression hardened. "Then stop me. Use the magic I know you possess. Fight me the way you could have fought all those years ago, before guilt and sentiment made you weak." Weak. The word landed like a blow. Dumbledore felt something shift inside himself. Not anger precisely, but a kind of clarity. A recognition that half measures would not suffice here. That defeating Grindelwald would require everything he had, every skill he had spent years developing, every spell he had learned and mastered and sworn never to use lightly. The air around Dumbledore began to shimmer. He cast in sequence, spells flowing one into another like movements in a symphony. Transfiguration and conjuration and charms all woven together, creating effects that transcended individual disciplines. The stones of the courtyard rose and reshaped themselves, becoming crystalline spears that hung suspended in the air, catching sunlight and throwing it back in rainbow patterns, beautiful and deadly. Dumbledore sent them forward with a flick of his wand. Grindelwald's shield materialized, not the standard Protego, but something more complex. a spherical barrier of compressed air that the spears struck and shattered against, reduced to glittering powder that fell like diamond dust. But the spears were merely distraction. While Grindelwald focused on defense, Dumbledore was already moving, already casting, pulling water from the snow-covered ground and shaping it into forms that defied natural law. Ice became serpents, became chains, became a cage that sought to encircle Grindelwald from all sides. The Elder Wand blazed. Fire erupted from its tip. Not normal fire, but something white-hot and hungry, consuming the ice constructs before they could close. The water evaporated instantly, became steam that filled the courtyard, obscuring vision, making the world a ghost realm of shadows and suggestion. Through the steam, spells flew blind. Dumbledore felt one pass close enough to stir his hair, felt the heat of another as it missed him by inches. He apparated again and again, each jump taking him to a different position, never staying still long enough to be targeted. He heard Grindelwald's voice, distorted by the steam. "Do you remember the duels we practiced in the garden after everyone else had gone to sleep?" Dumbledore remembered the thrill of matching magic against magic, of finding someone who could keep pace with him, who could push him to his limits and beyond. "I remember," he called back, and sent a wind charm to disperse the steam. The courtyard revealed itself again, scored now with spell damage. The stone cracked and blackened, the air sharp with the scent of ozone and burned magic. Grindelwald stood near the center, breathing slightly harder, but otherwise composed. The Elder Wand glowed in his hand, responding to his will with the legendary power that had made it so sought after across the centuries. They were both bleeding, Dumbledore realized, small cuts on his own hands from flying debris, a deeper gash on Grindelwald's cheek where something had struck him. The blood looked startlingly red against pale skin, shockingly human in this clash of near-mythical powers. "You're holding back," Grindelwald said. "I can feel it. You're not using the magic you know would end this quickly. Neither are you. Aren't I?" Grindelwald smiled, and there was something terrible in it. "Perhaps I'm simply enjoying this. How long has it been since I faced an opponent worthy of my full attention?" He cast again, and this spell was different, darker. It moved through the air like liquid shadow, leaving traces of itself behind, corrupting the space it passed through. Where it touched stone, the stone aged rapidly, crumbling to powder in seconds. A curse, an actual dark curse, the kind that scarred magic and soul alike. Dumbledore's shield rose, but he knew it wouldn't be enough. Instead, he transfigured the ground beneath the curse into glass, smooth and reflective. The curse struck the glass and bounced, deflected upward where it dissipated harmlessly into the morning sky. "Clever," Grindelwald acknowledged, "but glass is fragile." He shattered it with a word, sent the fragments flying toward Dumbledore in a deadly swarm. Dumbledore vanished them. Not all, there wasn't time, but enough. The rest he deflected with a shield charm that cracked under the impact, but held. His arm ached. His breath came faster. He was not as young as he once was, not as quick, and Grindelwald had been fighting constantly for years, honing his skills against real opposition while Dumbledore taught theory to students who would never need to duel for their lives. But Dumbledore had something Grindelwald didn't. He had limits. He had lines he would not cross, magic he would not use, darkness he refused to embrace even when it would grant him advantage. And paradoxically, those limits made him stronger. He cast a Patronus, not for defense, but for distraction. The silver phoenix burst from his wand, brilliant and impossible, and Grindelwald's attention wavered for just an instant as he tracked its flight. That instant was enough. Dumbledore's spell struck Grindelwald's shoulder, spinning him partially around. Not a curse, nothing dark, just a focused blasting hex that hit with enough force to crack bone. Grindelwald stumbled, caught himself, and the look he turned on Dumbledore was equal parts pain and admiration. "There," he said, voice tight. "There's the wizard I remember." He retaliated immediately, spell after spell in such rapid succession that Dumbledore had no choice but to retreat, to disapparate backward, to focus entirely on defense as magic hammered against his shields like physical blows. His boots slipped on ice. His shoulders hit the fortress wall. For a moment, he was pinned, trapped, and Grindelwald advanced with the Elder Wand raised like a sword. Then the wall behind Dumbledore, transfigured at his unspoken command, became liquid, let him pass through as if it were water rather than stone. He emerged on the other side, in the fortress's shadow, and the wall solidified again behind him. Grindelwald's spell struck solid stone instead of vulnerable flesh. The sound of the impact echoed across the mountains, a boom like thunder, like the end of things. Dumbledore apparated back to the courtyard proper, putting distance between himself and the fortress. His chest heaved, the blood pact, now just a dead vial of darkened liquid, swung against his sternum, a reminder of what this duel had cost before it even began. But the breaking of the pact had released more than just the prohibition against fighting. It had released years of grief, of guilt, of love turned bitter with betrayal. Every spell Dumbledore cast carried that weight. Every deflection, every shield, every moment of this terrible dance was layered with the knowledge of what they had been to each other and what they had become. Grindelwald seemed to feel it too. His spells grew more desperate, less controlled. He was fighting with fury now, with something that looked like heartbreak, wearing rage as a mask. "You could have changed the world with me," he shouted across the courtyard. "We could have been magnificent together. We would have been monstrous together," Dumbledore shouted back. "And I chose not to be a monster, even if it meant being alone." Light exploded between them, both their spells cast simultaneously, meeting in the middle, pushing against each other like two forces of nature locked in contest. The magic screamed, compressed, began to spiral. Dumbledore felt his wand growing hot in his hand, felt the strain in his arm, his shoulder, his entire body as he poured power into maintaining the spell. Across from him, Grindelwald was doing the same. The Elder Wand blazed white-hot, legendary power meeting near-legendary skill, neither giving ground. The ground beneath them began to crack. The air itself seemed to warp, to fold like cloth, reality bending under the weight of magic that was never meant to clash with such intensity. Dumbledore thought, "This will kill us both." He thought, "Perhaps that's fitting." He thought, "But there are still students at Hogwarts who need protection, still people who need someone to stand against the darkness, still work to be done." With the last of his strength, Dumbledore twisted his wand, not to increase power, but to redirect it. The spell he had been maintaining shifted, moved sideways, flowed around Grindelwald's magic rather than against it. For a moment, Grindelwald was confused. His spell, suddenly unopposed, surged forward, but Dumbledore was no longer there. He had apparated one final time, appearing behind Grindelwald, exhausted and desperate, and knowing this was his only chance. His wand touched the back of Grindelwald's neck. "Stupefy," he whispered. The spell was gentle, almost kind. It didn't seek to harm, only to still, to stop, to end this before they destroyed each other completely. Grindelwald's eyes widened. The Elder Wand fell from his fingers. He collapsed, unconscious before he hit the ground. And Dumbledore stood over him, victorious and devastated, looking down at the man who had been his dearest friend and his greatest mistake, and felt nothing except the terrible hollow weight of necessary victory. For a long moment, Dumbledore simply stood there, his wand still raised, his breath coming in ragged gasps that misted white in the cold air. Grindelwald lay crumpled at his feet, unconscious but breathing, the rise and fall of his chest barely visible beneath dark robes. The Elder Wand rested on the frozen stone a few feet away, innocent-looking despite its terrible reputation. Dumbledore stared at it, this thing they had searched for together with such fervent dedication, this object that represented power without limit, mastery without equal, the Death Stick, the wand of destiny. He didn't touch it, not yet. The temptation was there. Of course it was there. The pull of ultimate magical power, the promise of being able to protect everyone, to prevent any future darkness, to never again feel helpless or afraid. But he remembered too well what ambition had done to them both, what the promise of power had cost. Instead, he focused on breathing, on standing upright despite the exhaustion that made his legs shake and his vision blur at the edges, on the simple fact that he was alive, that Grindelwald was defeated, that the duel that had haunted him for years was finally over. The courtyard looked like a battlefield. Stone cracked and blackened, sections of the fortress wall crumbled, scorch marks and ice, and the lingering traces of powerful magic that would take days to fully dissipate. The air still tasted of ozone and burned things, sharp on the tongue. Above, the sun climbed higher, indifferent and eternal. Birds had begun to call again from the distant tree line, their songs tentative, as if checking whether it was safe to resume normal life. The wind picked up, cold and clean, carrying the scent of pine and snow and winter. Dumbledore lowered his wand slowly. His hand trembled. The wand felt heavier than it should, weighted with more than wood and core and magic. He slipped it back into his robes with fingers that barely cooperated. Then, finally, he allowed himself to look, truly look, at Grindelwald's unconscious form. Even in defeat, even crumpled on frozen stone, there was something magnificent about him. The sharp intelligence that had drawn Dumbledore like a moth to flame was still visible in the lines of his face. The ambition, the brilliance, the terrible certainty that had made him capable of both creating beauty and inflicting horror. Dumbledore knelt beside him, joints protesting, and checked for injuries beyond unconsciousness. The shoulder where his blasting hex had struck was already swelling, probably broken. There were cuts, bruises, the general damage that came from magical combat, but nothing that wouldn't heal, given time and proper care. He cast healing charms for the worst of it, not from kindness exactly, but from the ingrained habit of a teacher who had spent years tending to students' Quidditch injuries and potion accidents. His hands moved through the familiar motions, while his mind remained somewhere else, caught between relief and grief. "I'm sorry," he whispered, though Grindelwald couldn't hear him. "I'm so terribly sorry it came to this." Sorry for what, exactly? For the duel? For the years of avoiding confrontation? For the summer they spent together, forging plans that should never have been forged? For loving him in the first place, for binding themselves with blood magic, for believing they were wise enough to reshape the world? All of it. None of it. The apology was too small to contain the complexity of what he felt. A sound from the fortress drew his attention. Footsteps, voices, followers, probably, drawn by the sounds of combat, coming to check on their leader. Dumbledore stood quickly, wand back in hand, prepared for whatever came next. 3 figures emerged from the fortress entrance. 2 men and a woman, all dressed in the dark robes that seemed to be Grindelwald's followers' preference. They stopped when they saw the scene. Their leader unconscious, the courtyard destroyed, Dumbledore standing over Grindelwald with his wand drawn. For a moment, no one moved. The tableau held, frozen with potential violence. Then the woman raised her wand, and Dumbledore was faster. Stupefy. She fell. Her companions raised their wands in turn, and Dumbledore's magic met theirs. Not with the desperate intensity of the duel with Grindelwald, but with the practiced efficiency of someone who had fought dark wizards before and knew exactly how much force was necessary and no more. They fell quickly. They were skilled, perhaps, but not skilled enough, not remotely in Grindelwald's class, and Dumbledore had just matched Grindelwald's spell for spell and emerged victorious. The silence returned, deeper now, weighted with unconscious bodies and the settling reality of victory. Dumbledore's knees threatened to give out. He locked them, forced himself to remain standing, to stay alert in case more followers appeared. But the fortress remained quiet, and after several long minutes, he allowed himself to believe that these 3 had been the only ones present. Or perhaps the only ones brave enough to investigate. He needed to secure Grindelwald properly, needed to bind him with more than a simple stunning spell, needed to ensure he couldn't escape or be rescued before proper authorities arrived. But first, he needed to sit down before he fell down. Dumbledore sank onto a relatively intact section of stone wall, his legs finally giving up their protest. His entire body ached. His shoulder throbbed where he'd hit the fortress wall. His hands were covered in small cuts that he hadn't noticed during the fighting. Blood dried dark against pale skin. But he was alive, and Grindelwald was defeated. The thought should have brought triumph. Instead, it brought only exhaustion and a grief so profound he could barely name it. He pulled the dead blood pact from his robes, looking at it in the strengthening sunlight. The liquid inside had turned completely black, opaque, lifeless. The magic that had bound them was gone, burned away in the shattering. What remained was just metal and glass and the dried remnants of blood mixed decades ago by boys who thought themselves invincible. Dumbledore closed his fists around it, feeling the edges press into his palm. Then, with deliberate care, he opened his hand and let it fall to the ground. It struck stone and cracked, the glass finally breaking, the black liquid seeping out and disappearing into the cracks in the courtyard. Gone. After all these years, finally gone. He should destroy the Elder Wand too, he thought, should snap it, burn it, ensure that its power could never again tempt someone toward darkness. But even exhausted, even grief-stricken, he couldn't quite bring himself to do it. The wand was a thing of incredible magical craftsmanship, regardless of its bloody history. Destroying it felt like destroying knowledge itself, a kind of vandalism against the very concept of magic. He would keep it then, keep it safe, keep it hidden, ensure that it never again fell into hands that would use it the way Grindelwald had. The irony wasn't lost on him, that by defeating Grindelwald, by disarming him, the Elder Wand's allegiance had transferred to Dumbledore himself. He was now master of the Death Stick, possessor of one of the three Hallows, wielder of the wand that legend claimed made its owner invincible. The same wand he and Grindelwald had searched for together, the same object of desire that had fueled their shared ambitions. He should have felt something, vindication perhaps, or irony, or even dark satisfaction. Instead, he felt only tired. Time passed. The sun climbed higher. Dumbledore remained sitting on the broken wall, staring at nothing, processing everything. Eventually, he forced himself to move. There was still work to do, responsibilities that wouldn't wait for grief or exhaustion. He needed to contact the authorities, both British and international, needed to ensure Grindelwald was properly secured and transported to whatever prison could hold him, needed to return to Hogwarts to face Minerva and Armando Dippet and all the questions that would follow. But first, a few more moments, a few more minutes of sitting in the cold air, feeling the ache in his bones, allowing himself to mourn what had been lost long before this duel began. He thought of Ariana, buried in Godric's Hollow, wondered if she would have forgiven him for taking so long to do what should have been done years ago, wondered if Aberforth would ever speak to him again, or if this victory would only deepen the chasm between them. He thought of the students at Hogwarts, safe in their ignorance, learning magic for examinations and careers, and the simple joy of understanding how the world worked. They would never know how close they had come to living in Grindelwald's world, a world where magic meant dominion and power meant righteousness. He thought of Gellert himself, not the dark wizard lying unconscious a few feet away, but the boy in the library, the brilliant mind that had seen Dumbledore and understood him, had matched him thought for thought and dream for dream, the person who might have done incredible good if ambition hadn't curdled into cruelty, if intelligence hadn't been bent toward domination. That boy was gone, had been gone for years, probably, had died the same day Ariana died, replaced by someone who wore the same face but had lost whatever small spark of humanity had once made him capable of love. Or perhaps Dumbledore was being too generous. Perhaps Grindelwald had always been this person, and love had simply blinded Dumbledore to the truth. Perhaps the capacity for this darkness had always existed, waiting for the right circumstances to bloom into horror. He would never know. Some questions had no answers, or had too many answers, or had answers that changed depending on who was asked. A groan from Grindelwald's direction drew Dumbledore's attention. He was stirring, consciousness returning despite the stunning spell. Dumbledore stood quickly, wand raised, prepared for treachery or a final desperate attack. But Grindelwald merely opened his eyes, blinked slowly at the sky, then turned his head to find Dumbledore watching him. "You won," Grindelwald said, his voice rough with pain and something that might have been acceptance. "Yes, the Elder Wand will be secured. You'll never touch it again." Grindelwald smiled slightly, though it looked more like a grimace. "It's yours now, you know. by right of conquest, master of the death stick. I know. Will you use it? To protect, never to dominate. There's no difference in the end. Protection requires power, and power always seeks to grow. You'll see. Give it time, and you'll understand what I understood. No, Dumbledore shook his head. I won't, because I've seen what that understanding costs, and the price is too high. Grindelwald closed his eyes. When he spoke again, his voice was barely a whisper. Did you mean it? What you said before the duel? Dumbledore knew what he was asking. Yes, I loved you. I think part of me always will, despite everything you've become. Good. The word was soft, almost lost to the wind. That's good. Then Grindelwald said nothing more, and Dumbledore bound him properly with ropes that wouldn't break and wards that wouldn't fail, and stood guard over the man who had been his dearest friend and his greatest enemy until help finally arrived. The morning wore on toward afternoon. The mountains stood witness, ancient and uncaring, and Dumbledore, victorious and devastated, began the slow process of understanding that some victories feel indistinguishable from loss. The journey back to Hogwarts took 2 days, not because the distance was so great, but because Dumbledore found he couldn't simply apparate directly home, couldn't simply compress the space between that ruined courtyard and the castle gates, couldn't simply skip over the miles as if they, and everything that had happened, were inconsequential. He needed the time, needed the physical distance to match the internal distance he was trying to create between himself and what he had done, what he had been forced to do, what had finally ended in that frozen Austrian courtyard. The authorities had arrived within hours of his sending word. First, the local magical law enforcement, then international officials from the Confederation Grindelwald had terrorized for so long. Finally, representatives from the British ministry who seemed torn between treating Dumbledore as a hero and questioning whether he should have acted unilaterally in foreign territory. He had answered their questions with patience he didn't feel, had provided testimony he barely remembered giving, had stood witness as they bound Grindelwald with chains both physical and magical and transported him away to whatever secure location had been prepared. Grindelwald had been conscious for the removal, had looked at Dumbledore one final time with eyes that held too many things to pass: regret, resignation, defiance, and something that might have been forgiveness or might have been condemnation. Then they had taken him away, and Dumbledore had been left standing in that courtyard with officials congratulating him and his heart feeling like lead in his chest. He had refused their offers of escort, of celebration, of immediate return, had simply collected the Elder Wand, feeling its power sing against his palm as it recognized its new master, and begun walking. The first night, he found an inn in a small village, paid for a room with Muggle money, and lay awake on thin sheets, while the events of the duel replayed behind his closed eyes. Every spell, every moment of impact, every second of that final confrontation. The look on Grindelwald's face when the blood pact shattered. The sound of the Elder Wand hitting stone. The terrible quiet that followed victory. He had thought he would feel relief. Instead, he felt hollow. The second day, he travelled by train again, watching the landscape shift from mountains to valleys to the familiar green of British countryside. Other passengers came and went, ordinary people living ordinary lives, unaware that the dark wizard who had cast such a long shadow over Europe, had been defeated, unaware that the quiet man in worn robes sitting by the window had been the one to do it. That anonymity was a gift. Dumbledore accepted it gratefully, kept his eyes on the passing scenery, and tried not to think about anything at all. But memories came regardless, unbidden and relentless. Not of the duel. Those would haunt him later, he knew, in dreams and quiet moments, but of everything before, of Ariana's funeral and Aberforth's hatred, of summer evenings in the garden, planning futures that would never arrive, of the exact moment when he had looked at Gellert and realized that the boy he loved had become someone he could no longer recognize, of the years between when he had hidden at Hogwarts and called it wisdom rather than cowardice. That was perhaps the hardest thing to bear, not the duel itself, but the knowledge of how long he had delayed it. How many people had suffered in the years he spent avoiding confrontation, convincing himself he was being patient rather than paralyzed. The train carried him westward, toward Scotland, toward a home. And with each mile, Dumbledore felt the weight settle more firmly onto his shoulders. Not the weight of what he had done, but the weight of what he would carry forward. The knowledge, the grief, the memories, both sweet and bitter. The Elder Wand rested in an interior pocket of his robes, hidden from sight but always present, a constant reminder of power he had never wanted and now couldn't relinquish. Its allegiance to him was absolute. He had felt that the moment Grindelwald fell, had felt the wand's magic recognize him as its new master, the most powerful wand in existence, won through defeating the man he had once loved. The irony was almost too perfect to bear. By the time he reached Hogsmeade Station, evening was falling. The village looked exactly as he had left it. Warm lights in windows, smoke rising from chimneys, the familiar profile of Hogwarts rising against the darkening sky. Home, safety, the place where he had built a life after Ariana's death, where he had found purpose in teaching and scholarship and the small, quiet joys of helping young minds discover magic. He could have apparated directly to the castle grounds from here, but instead, he walked, his boots crunching on the path that led from the village to the school gates. The air smelled of wood smoke and approaching snow. The sky deepened from grey to indigo, the first stars beginning to appear. At the gates, Dumbledore paused. His hand found the iron bars, cold beneath his fingers, solid and real and utterly unchanged by everything he had experienced. The castle beyond glowed with light from 100 windows. Somewhere inside, students would be finishing dinner in the great hall. House elves would be preparing the common room fires. Teachers would be grading essays or preparing tomorrow's lessons, or simply enjoying an evening's peace. Normal life, the life he had fought to preserve. He pushed open the gates and stepped through. The wards recognized him immediately, welcomed him back with a gentle wash of protective magic that meant home, that meant safe, that meant you belong here. Dumbledore felt something in his chest ease slightly at that recognition, at the castle's non-judgmental acceptance of his return. The walk across the grounds felt longer than it should have. The castle seemed to grow larger with each step, its towers reaching toward the star-scattered sky, its walls holding centuries of history and magic and the accumulated weight of 1,000 years of students learning, growing, becoming. He entered through a side door, not the main entrance where someone might see him, might ask questions he wasn't ready to answer. The corridors were quieter than usual, most students still at dinner or already returned to their common rooms. A few portraits noticed his passing, started to call greetings, then seemed to sense something in his expression and fell silent instead. Dumbledore climbed the familiar staircases, past the familiar corridors, feeling the castle settle around him like a comfortable robe. Whatever had happened in Austria, whatever darkness he had faced and defeated, here, within these ancient walls, there was light, there was safety, there was purpose. His office waited at the top of the tower, exactly as he had left it. The spiral staircase admitted him without question, the stone griffin stepping aside as if it had been counting the hours until his return. The door swung open. Warmth washed over him immediately. The fire already lit, crackling cheerfully in its grate. The silver instruments hummed their familiar songs. The portraits on the walls stirred, former headmasters and headmistresses waking from their dozes to observe his return. And on the desk, a cup of tea sat steaming, still hot, as if it had been waiting for him. House elf magic, invisible and kind, anticipating his return before he had even arrived. Dumbledore stood in the doorway for a long moment, just looking. This room, this space that was his in a way nothing else had been since he left Godric's Hollow. The place where he had spent countless evenings reading, researching, writing letters, planning lessons. The place where he had sat 2 nights ago, holding that photograph and preparing himself for what needed to be done. It seemed impossible that it had only been 2 days. It felt like years. Albus, the voice came from the portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black, who was regarding him with unusual gentleness. Welcome back. Thank you, Phineas. We heard, of course, news travels quickly through the portrait network. Grindelwald defeated, finally brought to justice. The old headmaster's expression was difficult to read. You've done a great service to the wizarding world. Dumbledore said nothing. Couldn't find words to respond to the praise that felt like ash in his mouth. Another portrait spoke. Dilys Derwent, her painted face kind and knowing. But great service often carries great cost. Are you well, Albus? He stopped, considered the question honestly. I don't know. The portraits exchanged glances, silent communication across frames, the accumulated wisdom of centuries of magical education observing and understanding what he couldn't yet articulate. Then sit, Dilys said gently. Drink your tea, rest. The world will still be there tomorrow with all its demands and questions. Tonight, you are home. Tonight, you are safe. It was permission, Dumbledore realized. Permission to stop being strong, stop being victorious, stop being anything except tired and grieving and overwhelmed. He crossed to his chair, the familiar worn leather shaped by years of his presence, and sank into it. His bones seemed to settle, his muscles releasing tension he hadn't known he was carrying. The tea waited within reach, and he picked it up with hands that shook slightly. The first sip was perfect. Exactly the right temperature, exactly the right strength, sweetened exactly as he preferred. Another gift from the house elves, who knew him better than he sometimes knew himself. On his perch, Fawkes stirred. The phoenix had been sleeping when Dumbledore entered, but now he opened one golden eye, regarded his human with ancient wisdom, and began to sing. The song was soft, gentle, not the powerful regenerative music Fawkes was capable of producing, but something quieter. A lullaby, almost, a welcome home, a recognition of pain, and an offering of comfort. Dumbledore felt his eyes sting. He blinked rapidly, set down the tea with careful precision, and removed his half-moon spectacles to pinch the bridge of his nose. He would not weep. There was no purpose in weeping. The thing was done, the choices made, the consequences accepted. Grindelwald was defeated, imprisoned, no longer a threat to anyone. The world was safer. Students could sleep peacefully. The right outcome had been achieved. But Merlin, it hurt. A soft knock at the door interrupted his careful control. Dumbledore replaced his spectacles, composed his expression, and called, "Enter." Minerva McGonagall stepped inside, still in her teaching robes, tartan pattern crisp despite the late hour. Her expression was carefully neutral, but her eyes, those sharp, perceptive eyes, saw entirely too much. "Albus, I heard you'd returned." She closed the door behind her, moved to stand near his desk. "Are you injured?" "Nothing that won't heal." "That's not what I asked." Despite everything, Dumbledore felt a small smile tug at his lips. "No, it isn't." Minerva studied him for a long moment. Then, without asking permission, she transfigured one of the spare chairs into something more comfortable and sat down. "You stopped him." "Yes." "And it cost you." It wasn't a question. Dumbledore didn't treat it as one. "Yes." "Do you want to talk about it?" Did he? The events were still too raw, too close, too painful to examine with the analytical distance conversation would require. But Minerva had asked not as a colleague seeking information, but as a friend offering support. That distinction mattered. "Not tonight," he said finally, "but I appreciate the offer." She nodded, accepting this without argument. "Armando will want a full report. The ministry has been sending owls all day, demanding to know when you'll return, wanting statements and testimony and official accounts." "They can wait." "I told them as much." A hint of satisfaction colored her voice. "Informed them that you would address their concerns when you were ready, and not before. They were displeased." "The ministry often is." "Indeed." Minerva stood, preparing to leave, then hesitated. "Albus, whatever happened, whatever you had to do, you were protecting people, protecting all of us. Don't let anyone, including yourself, convince you otherwise." The kindness in her words was almost harder to bear than condemnation would have been. Dumbledore managed a nod, not trusting his voice. Minerva left quietly, the door closing with a soft click behind her. Alone again, or as alone as one could be with a phoenix and a dozen painted portraits. Dumbledore allowed himself to simply exist for a moment. To sit in his chair, in his office, in his castle, and feel everything he had been holding at bay. The grief, the guilt, the bone-deep exhaustion that came from carrying sorrow for too long, the weight of necessary choices and their unbearable costs. He thought of Gellert, bound in chains and transported to a prison where he would spend the rest of his life. Brilliant, terrible Gellert, who had looked at the world and seen only problems to be solved through domination, who had taken the language of love and twisted it into justification for cruelty. Dumbledore had loved him, still loved him, in some deep and shameful corner of his heart that he couldn't quite excise, couldn't quite deny. That love was a scar now, a wound that would never fully heal. But it was his to carry, his burden to bear, just as Ariana's death was his to carry, just as the knowledge of all the people who had suffered while he delayed confrontation was his to carry, just as the elder wand, which he drew from his pocket now, holding it up to the firelight, was his to carry. The wand was beautiful in its simplicity. Elder wood, pale and smooth, with subtle carvings along its length that depicted elder flowers and berries. Thestral tail hair at its core, visible only to those who had witnessed death. The most powerful wand in existence, the Death Stick, the wand of destiny, won through defeating the man he loved. Dumbledore could feel its power, could sense the way it responded to his touch with an eagerness that was almost frightening. It wanted to be used, wanted to demonstrate its capabilities, wanted to show him everything it could do in the hands of a master who truly understood magic. The temptation was there. Of course, it was there. With this wand, he could protect everyone, could ensure that no darkness ever threatened Hogwarts again, could reshape defensive magic, could create wards that would last for centuries, could do so much good. But he had learned, finally and painfully, what came of believing oneself wise enough to wield ultimate power for the greater good. He would keep the wand, would hide it, protect it, ensure it never again fell into hands that might misuse it. But he would not use it, or at least he would use it as little as possible, only when absolutely necessary, and never, never for the kind of grand designs he and Gellert had once envisioned. Dumbledore returned the Elder Wand to his pocket and picked up his own wand instead. Faithful Elderwood, responsive and true. The companion that had served him for decades. This was enough. This was all he needed. The fire crackled. Fawkes continued his gentle song. The portraits dozed, their presence comforting without being intrusive. Dumbledore picked up the stack of student essays that waited on his desk. Homework on defensive charms, submitted before he left. Graded by a substitute in his absence, but returned to him for final review. Normal work, teaching work, the kind of task that required attention without demanding emotional investment. He read through the first essay, a third-year Ravenclaw's analysis of shield charm variations. The student showed promise, real understanding of the theoretical principles, though their practical application would need work. Dumbledore made notes in the margins, suggestions for improvement, encouragement where warranted. The second essay, the third, the comfortable rhythm of teaching, of helping young minds develop, of shaping the next generation of witches and wizards, not through grand visions of societal transformation, but through patient attention to individual growth. This, Dumbledore thought, was the real greater good. Not reshaping the world through force and power, but helping students become the best versions of themselves. Not dominating, but nurturing. Not controlling, but guiding. An hour passed. The essays were reviewed, notes made, grades assigned. Outside his window, the castle grounds lay peaceful under starlight and the first dusting of new snow. Inside, the fire burned steadily, and the silver instruments hummed their mechanical lullabies, and everything was exactly as it should be. A soft sound drew his attention to the window. An owl, one of the schools, not a postal delivery, had landed on the sill, tapping gently at the glass. Dumbledore opened the window, and the owl hopped inside, ruffled its feathers against the cold, and offered its leg. A note, written in a child's careful handwriting. Dear Professor Dumbledore, I heard you were back. I wanted to say thank you for everything you teach us, and I hope you're well. I made this charm in class today, and I wanted to show you because you always say we should be proud of our work. Sarah, third-year Hufflepuff. Attached to the note was a small charm, amateur work, the magic wobbly and imperfect, but earnest in its construction. A protective ward designed to repel minor hexes, the kind of thing a third year might make, proud of their progress, wanting to share their achievement. Something in Dumbledore's chest cracked open, not breaking, but easing, like ice beginning to thaw. This was why he had faced Grindelwald, not for glory or recognition or the satisfaction of victory, but so that students like Sarah could learn protective charms in peaceful classrooms without fear of the world burning down around them, so that third-year Hufflepuffs could be proud of wobbly magic and share their achievements with teachers they trusted, so that innocence could persist, protected by those willing to stand between it and darkness. Dumbledore wrote a reply, brief but warm, praising Sarah's charm and suggesting a small modification that might strengthen the ward. He attached it to the owl's leg, opened the window, and watched the bird disappear into the night sky. Then he returned to his desk, pulled out a fresh sheet of parchment, and began to write. Not official reports or ministry testimony, but a letter to Aberforth. A letter he had tried to write 100 times over the years and never managed to complete. Dear Aberforth, I know you have no reason to read this, let alone respond. I know that my apologies are worthless, that they cannot undo the harm I caused or return what we lost. But I need you to know that I faced him. Finally, after all these years of cowardice, I faced Grindelwald and stopped him. It doesn't make things right between us. It doesn't bring Ariana back. But perhaps it's a beginning. A first step toward becoming someone worthy of your forgiveness, even if I never actually receive it. Your brother, Albus. He sealed the letter before he could reconsider, addressed it to the Hogshead Inn where Aberforth now worked, and set it aside for the morning post. The act felt significant, though he couldn't say exactly why. Perhaps because it was acknowledgement of guilt, of responsibility, of the long work ahead to become better than he had been. Fawkes's song had faded to a gentle trill. The portraits were deeply asleep now, snoring softly in their frames. The fire had burned down to glowing embers. Dumbledore stood, stretched muscles that ached with exhaustion, and moved to the window. Below, the castle sprawled in peaceful darkness. In Gryffindor Tower, a common room fire would be dying. In the Hufflepuff dormitories, students would be burrowed beneath warm blankets. The Ravenclaw common room door would pose its nightly riddle to empty air. Even the Slytherin dungeons held safety, held warmth, held the promise of another day of learning and growth and becoming. All of it protected, all of it safe, all of it worth every moment of pain the protection had cost. Dumbledore placed his palm against the cold glass, feeling the castle's magic hum beneath stone and mortar and ancient enchantments. This was his place, his purpose, his redemption, if redemption was possible, not through grand visions or world-changing schemes, but through small acts of daily kindness, through teaching students, through protecting those who needed protection, through choosing, over and over, in moments large and small, to be better than his worst impulses, better than his darkest ambitions, better than the boy who had once believed himself wise enough to rule. I choose this, he whispered to the sleeping castle, to the stars beyond the window, to the ghost of who he had been and who he was becoming. I choose to carry this sorrow so that others might sleep in peace. I choose to remember, to grieve, to learn from every mistake, I choose to be worthy of the trust placed in me." The castle didn't answer, didn't need to. Its magic pulsed steady and sure, accepting his vow, holding him accountable, offering him home. Dumbledore turned from the window. His chambers waited beyond the office, and sleep, however troubled, waited beyond that. Tomorrow would bring ministry demands and official inquiries and all the complications that came from defeating a dark wizard of Grindelwald's stature. But tonight, he was simply a teacher returned home, a man who had done what needed doing and now had to learn to live with the cost, a wizard who would carry the Elder Wand and the memory of the man he defeated and the weight of necessary choices for the rest of his life. He picked up the dead blood pact from where it had fallen to the floor earlier, examining it one final time. The glass was cracked, the liquid long since dried to nothing. Just metal and glass, and the faded remnants of promises made by people who no longer existed. Dumbledore placed it in his desk drawer, not hidden, not displayed, but simply kept, a reminder, a warning, a memorial to love and ambition and the terrible cost of believing oneself above the limitations that bound ordinary people. Then he extinguished the lights with a wave of his wand, bid Fawkes good night, and left the office for his chambers. Behind him, the portrait slept on. The castle breathed its ancient peace, and somewhere in the dungeons below, house elves were already preparing tomorrow's breakfast, already banking fires for the night, already ensuring that when morning came, everything would be ready for another day of magic and learning and the small miracles of ordinary life. Dumbledore had faced darkness and defeated it. Now he would face the harder task, living with victory, carrying sorrow, choosing every day to be worthy of the peace he had helped preserve. It was enough. It had to be enough. It was all any of them could do. Dawn came quietly to Hogwarts, as it always did. The sun rose over the mountains, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold. Light spilled across the castle grounds, melting frost from the grass, warming ancient stone that had witnessed 1,000 years of sunrises and would witness 1,000 more. The lake caught the light and threw it back in ripples of copper and amber. In the great hall, house elves were already at work, setting tables, filling pitchers with pumpkin juice, arranging platters that would soon hold eggs and bacon and toast, and all the simple abundance of a school breakfast. The enchanted ceiling reflected the clearing sky, a few last stars fading as morning claimed the day. Students began to emerge from their dormitories, sleepy and complaining about early classes, arguing about homework and Quidditch and who had said what to whom. First years stumbled through corridors they still hadn't fully memorized. Seventh years moved with the confident ease of those who knew every shortcut, every secret passage, every portrait that could be convinced to let them through. Normal morning, ordinary day, the world continuing exactly as it should. In his chambers, Albus Dumbledore woke to the sound of Fawkes's morning song, gentle and encouraging, a phoenix's way of saying that today was a new beginning, that yesterday's sorrows need not poison tomorrow's possibilities. He lay still for a moment, letting the music wash over him, feeling the ache in his muscles and the deep ache in his heart that would take far longer to heal. But he rose nonetheless, dressed in clean robes, fastened the clasp at his throat with steady hands, left the Elder Wand locked in his desk drawer, choosing instead his faithful companion wand, the one that had served him well for decades and would continue to do so. Today, there would be classes to teach, students to encourage, the small, steady work of education that required no grand visions, only patient attention and genuine care. Today, there would be ministry owls and official inquiries and all the complications that came from having defeated the most dangerous dark wizard of the age. But those could wait. Those would wait. Today, most importantly, there would be breakfast in the Great Hall, surrounded by students who were safe because he had finally found the courage to do what needed doing. Dumbledore descended from his tower, nodding to portraits who called greetings, pausing to help a lost second year find the charms corridor, accepting a cup of tea from a grateful house elf who seemed to sense he needed it. At the entrance to the Great Hall, he paused. Inside, hundreds of students were eating, talking, laughing, living their lives with the casual confidence of those who trusted that the adults around them would keep them safe. That trust was a gift, a responsibility, a reason to keep choosing, day after day, to be worthy of it. Minerva caught his eye from the staff table, offered a small nod of acknowledgement and support. Armando Dipper looked up from his porridge, concern and questions visible in his expression, but willing to wait until Dumbledore was ready to talk. The castle hummed around him, protective wards and ancient magic and the accumulated love of generations of students and teachers who had made this place home. It would endure long after he was gone, would continue to shelter and educate and transform young lives for centuries to come. And for now, for today, Dumbledore was part of that continuity, part of the great chain of teachers and guardians and those who chose, despite personal cost, to stand between innocence and darkness. He entered the Great Hall and took his seat at the staff table. Outside, the sun continued to rise, indifferent and eternal. Inside, students continued to eat and argue and plan their days. And Albus Dumbledore, who had faced his greatest love and his greatest failure and emerged with both victory and sorrow, picked up his fork and began the simple work of living with what he had done. One breakfast, one class, one small kindness at a time, for the greater good, the real greater good, the kind built not on grand visions and domination, but on patience and protection, and the quiet choice, made again and again, to carry sorrow so others might sleep in peace. It was enough. It would have to be enough. It was all any of them could do.